𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 hoyuka 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 hohetze taku hohetze iwogaka naes naku hohetze woi wakikaga holena botseke wozip te bela tonka hetze awaki hetze mitina repo togashira hini wapte hinasi hoyuka wotaku kiwita apina hohetze ehani opaike sam ake zapta hohetze vikchena zapta hina hohena woi wanke kaga taku aia pitte kihena togashila vichachila apetu kile wakha kihe wotaku ye kai sagzaka ahi kile na tokya tahi pichang sankhe hecha ake haiyushkia okina zi wazi kaga pitte togashila kapiye kile na wakha yau vichoza nina woa dake wola kota wasteni kawaki ui hapo na wotaku ye tona hecha woheche toketsi puna okpanya nazipi togashila woki vichachitari na tona de hipi kile na haiza tiwahe esete vichoza woa glaki woki kanoki himi hapo togata ke mauni pitta hunka o chaigre kilena eluyeti taku aspehena agrihi unya khatiye to pa taku akha oyam ko apertu kilewa akunya po na wo pila unke jatalo potaku ye kai jata ahi potaku ye kilena ohecheliza ushik Chakidana ibu chakidyo. Wopila onke nijapero mitakuye oyas.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to our folks on Zoom. This morning, we want to do a ceremony and to honor our relatives that come from a long way from the north. As Russell mentioned, they brought the weather with them. So. In the past, when we started this 150th anniversary planning meeting for the Battle of Little Bighorn, what we did is we wanted to welcome and recognize all the tribes. And a lot of tribes came to the table. Different tribes from Canada came. And we're going to continue to do that. And we have some more relatives that come from Canada. And so we're going to honor them and welcome them to the circle here. And welcome them home. Well, not home, but to the family. There's an imaginary line that separates us, that the government put in front of us or put in place. That's what divides us. But we all know we're bound by blood. So with that, we want to, gentlemen, if you want to come up here, the 5 gentlemen from Canada. And then the gentleman from Arapaho, Cheyenne, Arapaho. Yes. 𝗟𝗜𝗩𝗘. Yes. Is that how you say it? I probably butchered your name. But gentlemen, if you want to pick a chair, whatever blanket you like, or so again, yesterday these gentlemen were here. We gave them a chance to introduce themselves and speak, say a few words. A lot of good words were mentioned. Mr. Dwayne Hornbear, can you come up here also? Yes. All right. Birds. Okay. All right. Laura. Okay, so we want to do a little ceremony here and welcome our relatives here. I know they got a long way to travel back home. And so we just want to honor you and welcome you to the circle, and we hope that we keep that connection. And you're more than welcome to come back and visit us anytime. We'll try to keep you in the loop. We'll give you some information. Maybe we can start communicating that way, and then we hope to see you at the 150th. Campsite, there's plenty of room over there, so spread the word. Okay, so at this time I'm going to turn it over to Dwayne.
𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 mithash takomni vasichu ithatsa kilena 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 uokpati uko nekyape oika ne yutela tuwa mithaita pakavakua machapala shirad apetikala otake kilena uchayon yapchiki khana oichimane okaga lecho ahibna wogla kapi to shketaku video echu chipisa le gokiksi instruktogna 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 yapikele hani takto khawa ija oyate phaki uchi khushik tuki na pasha yapikele hela ija hello phaki chapet gelena ogna leapetiki tiata eteglapitash le twa to khanta omano jikagana lecha hicha takomni uchayon dipima kichiti hane lecha lakhotaki lecha onyapina hana emtuja kunchipsti tale apatikilena uchasha kelena uchoyona omani watata ke klapit inishia tuai khaki etia uchosani taku washte hana yuha okina zipida hane okichi se he una Inglistan taku apetu yoti yapu he ha tana ota uchaktoke ta ipesa tuapida ha lakota ki ocheti shakoi oyata ki sopia ki chapeta na chapena sula ki chumna ha hunupa nuku hutopa na ish wahupa kuza na ish wahi oyata taku ji chupite ish oni ki ye ikichi chupata takumi ana petitus ketcha which ipesa pia ha nana ipaki yapi nana oyata ki uchima koche etia oyata ki etia etipika relatives. As a group of people, we know when someone comes home, we give thanks and we honor these relatives for honoring us with their presence. Today we want to honor these relatives. We know that history tells us that what had happened at Greasy Grass death. The Lakota way of life and recognizing life is you don't take life needlessly. And when you take a life, you blacken your face. You blacken your hands if you've taken a life, particularly if it was a two-legged. Even if that was a washichu. There was a spirit there. And so they did not take life needlessly. They made a statement there. You pushed us this far, and we had to take steps to protect ourselves. If the people, I believe, would have stayed there, other nations of indigenous peoples, natives would have came. They would have came and joined our ancestors, and we could have pushed all of these people back, probably across the waters. But we don't take life needlessly. And so they gathered their people, they made their ceremonies, they shed their tears for those they lost, they picked their heads up, they made their prayers. They said, we need to move away from here. Life was taken here. So these relatives, their grandfathers, their grandmothers, took their families up into Uchimakoche, what is now known as Canada. And periodically they come home. Today they honor us with their presence, and today it's evident that they want to be a part of this for their grandfathers, their grandmothers who are there. So today we're honoring for them to come home. We want to recognize them and give them that. Those prayers to go home on, and that when we all come together again at Greasy Grass, and we're going to be proud of it. We want this to build unity. I've heard this word yesterday. Almost all of the speakers that spoke up here. We need to come back together as 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. It's been very hard for us to come together and to work together. We're always having these grudges. I don't like that guy. I can't stand this person. We've got to quit acting like the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚 who taught us these ways and come together as the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 and be proud of who we are. We'll remember through our stories of our grandmothers and our grandfathers. Yes, they shed their tears, they cried, but they picked their heads up, they made their prayers, and they kept going forward. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to keep going forward as the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. We want it to be a spiritual, to attend to the spiritual aspect of it, and then have a big celebration up there. So this is what we want to foresee in unity altogether. So thank you for coming home to your people, to 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. There are many, many others that could have been here, or should have been here, but things, the way we have to live today, that we throw up barriers, we throw up reasons. We're so good at making excuses. But whatever it is, we will come together again. And it's in our prayers. And we will do it. So today, I'm not sure how we want to announce this. Do we want a song for, honoring song for these relatives, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. I have a Cheyenne Arapaho relative here also at this time. But if you can all, before we stand up, we want to honor with you song. Many relatives that are up there in 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Many of them also came from the Dakota people from what is now known as Minnesota after the 1862 massacres in Minnesota. And those relatives are still up there. I've been fortunate enough to travel up to those relatives up there in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, and we have some relatives here. You don't see this one, you must have went back to Whitecap. They're dealing with the same issues we are. With our younger ones, not really understanding the language and knowing the history and the culture. And so, our parents and our allegiance with each other needs to show this to the other people, who we are, who they are, and they need to be proud of that. Okay, anyway. I'll see you later. Yeah. We'll check that along with you. You guys can stand up.
Oh,
Check on your relatives if you'd like to come along. Start from this man. Thank them for coming home to be with us. Embrace them with a handshake. Pictures of his relatives. They're going to take out Mount Rushmore. These four faces at the airport. times are many. Thank you all for coming home.
We also want to do a presentation of our spiritual leaders that came and led us in prayer yesterday and today, so we would like to call on 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗓𝗡 and 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗓𝗡 to come up and acknowledge your gift, and we say a big thank you to you. It's really quite an honor our 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗓𝗡 leadership when President Stark comes out, gathered us the first time. There was a handful of us showed up, and we started the movement of organizing our tribe. And I remember the first time they recognized our Northern Cheyenne, and then the Arapaho, and now our Canadian leaders were coming together and trying to unite our people as one. That's what we keep hearing yesterday was unity, unity. We always have a lot of talk about unity. And this is a good time, the 150th anniversary of the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗓𝗡 is going to bring us together. And we can move forward from that time on to continue our journey here as one. Too many times we talk about it, we give it a lot of talking. But now we have to walk that talk to be able to unite our people together. So I give a big thank you to Frank, President Frank Stark, for gathering us and kind of started this movement. Oops, you wanted to? Oh, is this gonna carry on and on? We have an important speaker here, so. And our tribe too is, we wanted to gift you with some gifts from our 𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗓𝗡 tribe here. We're coming here and being part of this meeting. And we have our young 𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡 people back there that are gathering the things together. So we also wanted to make a presentation to all our leaders that are here, our drum, our people who come to pray, and our elders. We want to honor them today. Okay.
Oh. I want to 𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡. The quote here, we must have got done 𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡.
𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡 maki papo 𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡. 𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡 𝗟𝗡𝗟𝗡 yushke yukpia. Opere kinitiape. We ushimaka ito hipe. Then I talked to 𝗟𝗩𝗩𝗘 up here. You gave us, you welcomed us. And we're going to take this home with us back up to Canada. 𝗟𝗩𝗩𝗘, we're going to share with our people, 𝗟𝗓𝗓, 𝗟𝗩𝗩𝗘, and how well you guys treated us, and you welcomed us back into the circle. 𝗟𝗩𝗩𝗘 Shakoni, Nina 𝗟𝗩𝗩𝗘, we're trying to adopt these ways back to our young generation so they can carry on. I mentioned that there's a reason why this gathering is happening. It might be beyond us as individuals. They brought us here together to unify us. We didn't expect these gifts that you have given us, and really appreciate it. We're teaching our younger generation these ways, these protocols that we have amongst our ceremonies. We're passing them on to our younger people. But then we are strict, as our forefathers had taught us. There's protocols, there's reasons why these ceremonies happen. But the bottom line is for the health and happiness of our 𝗟𝗩𝗓𝗓. That's our thoughts. From my leaders that I came down with, and the people I have worked with over the years, Cordelia. Last couple of months I met up with Lewis. I thank the chairman, 𝗟𝗩𝗩𝗘, for welcoming us back in the circle.
I hope you guys won some money last night too. Take some big bucks back to your families. You know, yesterday we had a full day of and one of the things I want to emphasize is these ceremonies are really important. Our people were ceremonial people, and we're bringing that back up into the realm of today. We want our young people to learn these ways and continue them in the future. And so we're really emphasizing our youth also to learn these ways, to understand why we do these things. Sometimes we get into a rush to do things and say things, but now is the time to walk the talk. We need to start emphasizing that among our own people. And so we can give all day speeches. I'm really good at that. But we need to walk the talk. We need to take charge again of our territory, our land, and take care of it. You know, we had to go purchase land up in the Black Hills, the center of the Black Hills, and our tribes pulled together our resources and bought some land there that they were going to develop into little sections and sell them to rich Washiqi people out west. We stopped that. Now we have the center of the Black Hills land belonging to us as nations. We're only caretakers of this land, and always remember that. We got to take care of our land and be proud. You know, our tribe purchased some land up in Bear Butte because we highly respect that territory, just like the song that was sang in honor of Crazy Horse. Say, when you see the black girls, remember me. Remember me. That is so powerful that we still maintain our connection to the sacred lands of our people, especially the Black Hills, the Bighorn Mountains, North Canada, Canadian. You know, we really follow that tradition of, especially North. You know, our Lakota people, we knew what was up north. And we gave it a Lakota name, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. The place of the pines, the place of the mountains and the trees. That's what our people saw thousands of years ago. And so I'm really glad to see our Canadian relatives, to be able to see who they are and connect with them again, because they live and walk the talk up there in Canada. Being in that cold weather, being in that environment, our people were so accustomed to that thousands of years ago. And here we are today. One day we have our air conditioner on, the next day we have our heater on. We don't understand that, you know. But we are trying to take care of the Black Hills. Right now we're working with a conservatory group to turn over 27,000 acres to our 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗥𝗡, which is really important and significant, because we're slowly pulling our people together to protect the Black Hills, the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗏. And so it has been a long road, but we're doing it a little bit at a time. I remember 20 years ago, 15 years ago, I approached the Sioux Treaty Council at a meeting in Rapid City, and we said, we need your support, because we're going to have to play the white man way and buy this land back, even though we know it was taken away from us illegally. And they said, no, why should we buy something that already belongs to us? But we took that initial step, and we're going to buy this land back if we need to. It might take us another 120, 150 years, but we will accomplish that in the future. And this is what we're trying to instill in our youth, our young people, because there's a next generation coming up, to keep and continue the movement of our people. So with that, yesterday I had two of my elders, relatives that wanted to speak, and we didn't get a chance to allow them to speak here, but I want to call on Pauline. Sorry, Pauline, is she here? Oh, I guess I'll skip to her because she's gambling right now, I guess. No. I want to call on my Tahashi, Ben Black Bear Jr. to come up. Ben and I used to spend a lot of time back in a treaty meeting days, and the one day I pulled into Sturgis because we were fighting a white man that was trying to come in and be a special chief. Eventually the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘s adopted him and went through with it, but I seen my Tahashi Ben pull up in his motorcycle, and that really impressed me. I didn't realize he was into motorcycles, and he had black leather on, black boots, and helmet, and the whole 9 yards. So it was really good to see him, and we spent a lot of time black kills this year, back in the day. So with that, I want to introduce my Tanahashi band.
I'd like to greet all of you folks that are here from all the different reservations and from 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Our relatives are here. I asked if I could say a few words because I thought I had something to say. But after thinking about it, I found out I had really nothing to say. So I was even thinking about jokes, but I couldn't even think of a joke. One of the things that I want to point out is, the Battle of the Little Bighorn was sort of like an icing on the cake. It was kind of an extra thing that was given to us. When Christopher Columbus came across the ocean, he didn't even come into our land, into North America. He landed on the island, someplace in the Atlantic, and he posted a flag, and he claimed all the land for Spain. But one of the things that I read about it, that I remember, is that there were Indians on that island. And they welcomed him with open arms. They thought that they wanted to share, they wanted us to share our land with them. Instead, they came in with their soldiers and wiped out that entire tribe. Don't exist anymore. So one of the big lessons that we learned right from the start is that you never do what white people want you to do. Welcome them with open arms and let them live on your land. Because they're going to wipe you out and take your land. So we Sioux tribes knew that we had to fight for our land. We had to literally fight to the death to keep our land. And that's what we did. Every fight that we had with the U.S. cavalry was on our front porch. They came to us to fight us, right at our home. The first battle that took place between the United States cavalry and the Lakota happened in 1854, I think. And it involved the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. A group of soldiers from Fort Laramie came to the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 camp south of Fort Laramie with every intention to fight us. So our chief, conquering bear, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, tried to make peace. Some Mormons lost a cow and they just left it. So one of our visitors killed it and they ate it. That's what the fight was about. They came with 45 soldiers to fight us. All we did was defend ourselves. They came to our front porch to fight us. When they started firing first at us, they shot our chief. Our warriors came charging over the hill, and we wiped out every single soldier. We killed them all. They call it the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 massacre. To us, we were just defending ourselves. The last battle that took place between the United States cavalry and the Lakota involved the 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘. And it happened right after the Wounded Knee massacre. The 7th Cavalry took revenge for custom. And they wiped out our people at Wounded Knee. Group of 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘 left from here, went to the Badlands they call Stronghold, Two-Stripe, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗪𝗓, High Hawk. And after they heard about the Wounded Knee massacre, they fought the 7th, remnants of the 7th Cavalry. It happened right west of Pine Ridge, what they used to call Holy Rosary Mission. There was a Catholic boarding school. And that was the last battle that took place between the Lakota and the U.S. cavalry. I wanted to put the Battle of the Little Bighorn in perspective. It was a great, great victory. What we did all those years was defend our land. And we had to fight the white man to do that. Tooth and nail to the last man. So when we had the opportunity to fight the soldiers led by Custer, we wiped them out. Just like we did at the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 massacre. And all we were doing was defending our land, fighting for our way of life. So that's what I mean when I say the Battle of the Little Bighorn was icing on the cake. Yesterday somebody mentioned that about a week or so before that they had the Battle of the Rosebud. Battle of the Rosebud. Soldiers were coming on three sides. General Crook was coming from the south. There was a general that was coming from the west, and another one coming from the east, from Fort Abraham Lincoln. Custer was with that group. And they were all supposed to surround us. The Lakota, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, Lakota, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, the tribes that were in the north, they were with Crazy Horse. So they were going to surround us and drive us back into the reservation, force us back into the reservation. The first battle that took place was General Crook was coming up north. We were camping 20 miles north of that. And just by pure accident, Crazy Horse and his group were going south, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. And here they met up with General Crook. Pure accident. Crook was coming, they came to the Rosebud River, and they thought the Indian camp was there at the head of the Rosebud River. Well, they were going to sneak up on them, and here Crazy Horse came over the hill. So they met by accident. So they immediately attacked each other. Just a fierce battle. Guns shooting, bows and arrows, they were yelling. It was a big fight. In the afternoon. Finally, they got tired of fighting each other, so finally they both separated. They said, all right, that's enough fighting. General Crook turned around and went back south to Sheridan, Wyoming. Crazy Horse went back to our camp. All that fierce fighting that took place, almost nobody was killed. They didn't even kill each other. They did wound some people. Maybe some of them died, but for a fierce battle, hardly anybody was killed. That was called the Battle of the Rosebud. We defeated Crook and sent him running back south. They claimed victory, we claimed victory. You can read about it and you can decide who won it. When Crazy Horse went back to our camp, we packed up and went to the Little Bighorn. And that's when Custer came down. Saw our camp right there and started following us. And all he was supposed to do is find the Indians and then go back and report to the general so the rest of them could attack. But Custer wanted to attack the Sioux tribes himself, so he followed them to the Little Bighorn. They try to make themselves sound good, so they got defeated at the Little Bighorn. And every time they tell about that, white people tell about that, they say, well, Custer was a terrible leader, That's why he got beat. And they also point out the fact that the soldiers were new recruits. They didn't know how to fight. So they were trying to make themselves look good when we massacred Custer and his group. But again, we were just defending ourselves. They are the ones who attacked. Reno attacked. Custer went around the north to head off the women and the old people and the children. That's what he was going after around the north. That's when he finally realized there was a big camp. So we chased him down. White people. So again, when we fought the soldiers, U.S. cavalry and white people, we weren't fighting them to win. We weren't fighting them to beat them. No. All we were doing was fighting for our land where we lived. That's all we were doing. Just defending ourselves. That's all we were doing. If you did not fight for your land, just like the Columbus did, they'll wipe us out. And the fact that we're successful, in our battle for our land, is proven by the fact that we are still here on our land. They didn't take it from us. We're still on our land. So we were successful. We did what we set out to do. And again, we were just defending ourselves. If we didn't do that, they would have wiped us out. white people think that we don't exist anymore because they beat us. When I was going to school at St. Francis Mission Catholic boarding school, a young kid, one of the Jesuits, decided to teach us a course in Sioux history and culture. So he spent a class period teaching us about Sioux history and culture. He started at the Battle of the Little Bighorn, where we wiped out Custer, and then he covered this history until the Battle of Union Day, where we got wiped out. To him, that was Sioux history right there. His message was, we are killed, so we don't exist anymore. The Lakota don't exist anymore. I'm sitting there as a Lakota, full-blood traditional Lakota in that classroom, and he's telling me I don't exist anymore. That was their version of Sioux history and culture. So like I said, the Battle of Little Bighorn was an icing on the cake. We were just defending ourselves. It just so happened that Custer came in very arrogant. Thought he could wipe us out right there. And instead, we wiped. You guys are doing a great job. You organized. We're going to celebrate that next month, couple months, I think. That's great. We Lakota are one. The thing that holds us together as a Lakota is the fact that we're related to each other. We're related. That's what holds us together. Every Lakota that I meet on the Rosebud Reservation is related to me. My grandpa, my uncle, my cousin, my nephew, whatever. And the reason why the relationship is important, we address each other. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. The reason why we use those terms is because whenever I meet somebody, how we talk to each other and how we relate to each other is based entirely upon how we are related to each other. If the person I meet is my dad, there's a certain way that I relate to him. I have a bunch of dads. So how we treat each other is based entirely on how I'm related to everybody that I meet. That's our culture, that's our tradition. That's why when a white man came, we couldn't even relate to them. Because we weren't related to them, you know. We couldn't even interact with them, you know. But anyway, yeah, well, I spent all my life teaching Lakota, teaching the language. Some of the people from Standing Rock, I don't know, they were in that whole effort that I went to Standing Rock for about 3 or 4 years teaching Lakota language, teaching teachers. Pine Ridge, we worked in Pine Ridge as well. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Thank you.
Look, I want to thank my Tahnawchi Ben. We go back a long way. He has a lot of history, especially in the 80s when we had so much effort and time trying to unite our 𝗟𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 in terms of getting land back, but that was ruined over time. And since then, the Treaty Council has been meeting, but nothing of substance comes out since the 80s. now we can revive that again and continue. You know, now we are organizing to bring all our people together, all our relatives together, and be one mind. You know, somebody mentioned that, you know, we can be more powerful than the Cherokee, or we can be more powerful than the 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, because we can bring our people together. So with that, I wanted to introduce Pauline to come up, and he wanted to read a listing of some of the people from 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘 country who were participants at the Little Bighorn. And this year, we're also going to have a honoring. I'm glad the National Park Service superintendent is still here, but we had a Chief 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 who's also there, and he's going to be honored with his name and among the chiefs. And so that's going to happen. Maybe Ben, you can tell your in-laws that we'll bring them to Little Bighorn, the family. So with that, go ahead and
𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗓𝗓. 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗓𝗓 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗓𝗓. I'm going to speak English because some of you don't hear the language too well, but I think you will keep working on it, and sometimes it'll be good. But today, my name is 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and my Lakota name is 𝗟𝗚𝗪𝗪𝗘𝗪, and that means like the helping woman. And I'm from Sioux Tribe, here on the Rosebud Reservation. And my ancestors, one was 𝗟𝗏𝗪𝗪 that was killed up in the Little Bighorn in Custer's column. And one of my grandpas, my grandmother, her dad was Chief Sioux Tribe, my mother's mother. And then Chief 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘 from Harmony Community, also on my father's side. But when we were growing up, there was like 4 or 5 of us. And at that time, we had no electricity, no running water. But we survived. We had a windmill, and we learned how to take care of our lamps and lamp globes. And our grandmother had details for us. One had to clean the globes, and one had to put the kerosene inside the lamp, and so it was that way. But after my grandma blew out the light from the lamp, my grandfather, his name was 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗓𝗪, he would sit by the stove and he'd start talking, and it was all the Lakota. And he told us about the Battle of the Bighorn. And it was called 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗘. And that was a storytelling before you went to sleep. And when you went to sleep, you dreamt about the educational part that he gave. But, so I kind of grew up knowing about the battle and about the grandpa that was killed in Custer's column. So, our group's president is 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. I'm the vice president. And 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 is our secretary treasurer. So she handles all the money and communication. But we organized our group like over 20 years ago. But I went to boarding school till 1968. So today I wore my orange skirt in honor of 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗙 shirt was destroyed by the nuns at the boarding school. So that's why I have my orange skirt on in honor of her. And then our group has t-shirts. She has one on. The front part is the...
I'll model for you.
The front part is the Treaty of 1868. And then on the back is our roster of our warriors. So, but we had some changes coming. When the Secretary of Interior came, I read the warrior list, and some people were really upset because they said, what does that have to do with the boarding school? We're all crying, and here you're up there reading names. I read the warrior list because the aftermath of the Bighorn battle, the boarding schools came. In Carlisle, that's where one of my grandpa's eagle feather was. And then I went to school down at Haskell for a nursing degree. Well, it was a certificate for my LPN. And then I came back and worked a year, and then I quit and went back to college. And I got my degree from USD in Vermilion. And I worked for IHS for 45 years. I'm retired now. But now back to the Bighorn Warriors. We introduced the warriors at the first grand entry. And they had a sacred staff in the middle of the arbor and at the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. So that we do that every year in honor of our warriors. These warriors belong to us. So we need to honor them. So we need to also protect our treaties and our oral history. That is real important. The 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, by the original founding group, that's our group, the 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 descendants of the Battle of the Bighorn. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 is what it's called. The first sacred warriors of the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 band of the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘, the second council fires of the great Sioux nation. The 𝗟𝗓𝗪s were also participants in the Rosebud Creek battle. That was 8 days on June 17, 1876, right before the Little Bighorn battle. Located 25 miles southeast of the Little Bighorn battlefield. After the defeat of General Crook at Rosebud Creek, a victory dance was held where the warriors literally jumped up and down during the song. This event was overseen by the dog soldiers. Many who were half Lakota and half Cheyenne. In the elite society that had different responsibilities as a police force within the tribe, equal to that of the special forces today. Little Bighorn Battlefield, Montana. One was Bad Hand. Bad Hand band was ambushed by the U.S. Cavalry at Deadwood on their way back with other family members whose remains are still in the process of being identified today. Bad Hand's scalp was taken to East Coast Museum, where it's put on display for many years. In 1999, Pat Bad Hand brought the scalp back for burial at Red Leaf. 2 was White Buffalo. 3 was Crow Dog, one of the documented leaders in the battle. 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Number 4 was Whitebird. Number 5 was Eagleman, survivor. It is said that one of the 8 brothers, after the battle, the brothers hurriedly scattered into other bands and left with them, beginning a new life. Number 6 was Braveheart. Number 7 was Frogman, killed in Custer's column. Number 8 was Eagle Bear, 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗪, scabbard. Number 9 was White Horse, one of the documented dog soldiers in both the Rosebud and the Little Bighorn battles. 10 was Coffee. Relatives with the present day running bear, Big Crow, horse-looking families. Number 11 was 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. His presence at the battle was kept a secret, since the family was afraid he would be hung by the United States government. Number 12 was 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. Northern Cheyenne and Lakota. Great-grandfather of 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 and provincial families. One of the documented dog soldiers. Jackson 𝗟𝗓𝗪 was a medicine man in the days when our religion went underground. That's why today in our ceremonies they 𝗟𝗓𝗩 the windows, they cover the windows, and they keep it dark because that's the only way the spirits come. Now, there was a time when the spirits came in the middle of the day. 13 is Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse's mother was Rattling Blanket, and her sister, a good-looking woman, was the mother of Big Crow. Henry Big Crow was Crazy Horse's first cousin, and in the Lakota way they were brothers. Their mothers were sisters. Also, the Munster family included their families. Number 14 was 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗪. 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗪 was up in the Bighorn Mountains and came down 2 days after to the battle site. 15 was brave. 16 was 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗪. 17 was Bear Shield. One of the kolas or crazios, also in the documented data, accompanies him to Fort Robinson, where crazios 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 was killed. 18 was 𝗟𝗓𝗪. 19 was 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘. Presently, the family is still looking for his war bonnet, lost during the battle. Left behind by the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 and 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 heading back south due to 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 riding in the Little Bighorn hills. It was said he was looking for his war bonnet or trying to see if more cavalry were coming. Ancestor of 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗘, the first or senior, one of the 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗪𝗘 code talkers and the Atlantic Theater. Also, I'm going to tell you that Custer had sent for the Gatling guns. They were called repeating rifles. And there was just a big gun that year. It just, I don't know what it's called today, but they were too heavy. And they couldn't go fast to the battlefield. So they left them behind. Thank God they did, because if those Gatling guns were brought to the battle site, a lot of us wouldn't be here. Our ancestors would have been all wiped out. So that was one strike for him by 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗪. 20 was White Hawk. 21 was He-Dog. 22 was White Ranch. 23 was Thunderhawk. 24, Buffalo Horse. 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙 the warrior who tracked the 7th Cavalry for 2 days, one of the very first scouts of the Lakota. At this time, we are unable to locate any present-day relatives, so we got him into our group. So we honor him every year. 25 was stands and looks back. 26 was brave bird. We would like to honor Crow Dog and Sioux Tribe, participants of the Battle of the Bighorn. On June 25th, 1876, 150 years ago, after the battle, most of the warriors returned from the Bighorn. It took 2 months for them to ride from the battle site back here. And it was all in secrecy. But they had a victory dance called 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Today, it's known as Rosebud Sioux. Chiefs Crow Dog and Sioux Tribe were instrumental in starting the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 celebration. So, with that, I try to educate our people, but that's like a double-edged knife, kind of what they call it, because I really got a lot of flack toward me. It was a terrible journey for a while. I was like defeated, I was I'm sure almost abducted, all kinds of things said to me, and on the other hand, on the other side of the blade, it's been a good journey. We really need to educate our younger generation on our history. So I feel I did my part. That's all I wanted to do was educate the younger ones, because I'm 76 years old now, and when I'm dead and gone and go to the other side, then at least hopefully one of these young ones, you never know which one, will pick it up and walk with it with pride. But anyway, I'm glad to see all of you here. Yeah, I remember in the boarding school with 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 and I were in the same class, and I always sat in front of him, and I was running for class, I can't remember, president or something, and Dwayne was the only one that voted for me. Thank you, Dwayne. So, I would like to introduce my cousin, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘.
Hello, everybody. My grandfather was 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and the one that was our great grandpa, great, I guess, Battle of the Bighorn. We had this group for 18 years. We started off as just women mostly composed of women, and we made the trip yearly to the Battle of Little Bighorn to give our presentation. In the interim of where we are now, I'm old, I'm 77 years old, so I don't really care what anybody says. I'll say what I have to say, I'll tell the truth, but we got ripped off one time, but we survived. And we kept continuing, and we kept our group together. Then we got ripped off, not again, but we survived that too, and we're still here. So mostly now, most of our group was composed of women. And I too have worked with the Indian Health Service for 46 years. I just retired in October. But we have gone through tremendous obstacles, but we kept going, and we do our presentation, and we have plans. We want to eventually get a grant to have an office. We want like a post office box, and we want to have like computers and printers and maybe transportation. But like Pauline said, we do have a president, vice president, and a treasurer. And I did create bylaws. In those bylaws, it tells of what our group tends to do. And I sent for some to some movie stars asking for money. Whether we get it or not, I don't know, but I hope so. And we want, like Pauline said, is to educate the young people about our ancestors and what happened to bring us here. And we, as a tribe in Rosebud, I think we need a cultural center where people can go and people can go out and teach and have all our young people know. Even not even have to be young people, it could be anybody that wants to know more, because I know a lot of people that really aren't that familiar with what happened in our past, and we want to keep that going. We do. We went to the Rosebud parade a few times. The last year that we won first place as a we won first place in the parade. Oh yeah, and then the Warriors, and then I did make a video, but we don't know how to do it. My granddaughter put it all together, and my daughter's over there trying to put it together. But it's just a video of all the times that we went to Greasy Grass and did our presentations, and the Rosebud Fair, where we had a float, and we were honored at the Rosebud Fair for our participation in the Battle of the Little Bighorn. So I do want our group to be recognized, because we have been doing this like our own for 18 years. It wasn't until maybe the past 3 years that we got some money from the tribe to go and do our honoring at Little Bighorn. And we are going to make some t-shirts, so if anybody wants a t-shirt like the one I'm wearing, but it's going to be different colors, and we need sizes so people can let Pauline or I know what sizes you would like for the upcoming ceremony at Little Bighorn. So my email is 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘@yahoo.com. So if anybody wants to send me their information, if they want t-shirts, then we'll get them started before June. And I want to thank all of you for being here. It's a great honor, and it's a great honor for us to be here to let you all know of the past of what we've been doing, and we look forward to the future to continue our journey. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to introduce 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, stands and looks back, spotted tail.
Thank you. Greetings and good day to each and every one of you, and thank you for coming here to our homelands to be a part of this great event. Forgive me for speaking out in front of my elders, and it is a great honor to be a part of this 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗓's event here. I was asked to come and talk about my family. My grandfather, Chief Stands and Looks Back, was one of Red Cloud's war chiefs. He was ahead of 250 of his 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. He was at the Battle of Greasy Grass, the Battle of Little Bighorn. I believe at that time he was courting Chief Carlicker's daughter, because later he came back to Rosebud and married her. Her name was Mary Whitehorse. And so 5 of the people that are on the Battle of Little Bighorn descendants I'm related to. With that comes a great responsibility for all of us as Lakota people, and what we carry and how we carry that forward. I'm also married to Chief John Spotted Tail, who is the 5th direct descendant of Spotted Tail. And with that, we always try to walk in a really good manner for our people and represent them in a good way. So I'm standing here before you today. There are stories that have been told about my grandfather. One time I was doing research and history on our family, and I went to see Oliver Red Cloud. And he said, "I don't know who you are." And my dad took me back and he said, "This is my daughter." And he said, "𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗪𝗘, we were told never to tell where your grandfather went because we were afraid that the cavalry were searching for them. So we hid him underneath Colonel C.P. Jordan, who married your grandfather's sister, and they settled in Wood." My grandmother's name was 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. She was Red Cloud's sister. She had a husband, his name was 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. He died and he was killed by the Northern Cheyenne during a drunken raid. That is a true story, and that is a history. Unfortunately, it almost caused a big rival amongst the Northern Cheyenne and Lakota, but later they had ceremonies and they all agreed to get along. My grandfather, there's a picture of Anderson, who was a photographer at the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 back in the time and took a lot of the photography of the Sioux of the Rosebud. My grandfather, in the first celebration here in the Rosebud, has a flag that he's holding in his arm. A lot of people have asked me about that, and my father, who took me and told me where my grandfather was buried, said never ever tell where our grandfather is, for fear that the Washitas will come and dig his body up. So these are things that we live by. There are secrets and testimonies that we have to keep with us as family members. There are some things we can never share, never write down, or never tell. I try to honor that the best I can. My father is no longer with us, and my grandfather. I feel really honored to be here amongst all of you, and I just want to thank you again for being here in 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 country, and a warm handshake to each and every one of you. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘.
With that, I guess our group is gonna conclude our presentation, but we're trying to start making a movie about our warriors from here and their journey up to the Bighorn. So please pray for us so we can get this done, or else I'll be 100 years old and still going. Hoyami Dakuya Oyasi.
Oh yeah, my relatives, I know we kind of got a late start this morning, and it was, and we have a lot on our plate today, but we have our, where is our tribal president? So anyway, Louis and Tanya, maybe you can help our youth. They wanted to acknowledge some of our visitors, because some of our visitors will be leaving here after lunch. And I know we're timeline, I'll do my introductions this afternoon. Remember, hour and a half is all I need. As long as I have a captive audience, then I can really talk. But we wanted to, our youth group, our Sioux Tribe Youth Council is here, and they prepared some gifts for our people who've been helping us, our leadership, our visitors from other nations. I want to thank the spiritual leaders that came to do prayer. I want to thank our drum group for being here to remind us who we are, and that the beat of the drum and the songs that are sung are really old, and it keeps us, it warms our heart, you know, just for that, to create that heartbeat. But we also have some, our tribal college representatives here. We invited them here today to maybe give them an opportunity to say a few words. We're really fortunate that we have 𝗟𝗓𝗡 University, and we have the tribal president and leadership here today, and I want to thank them because they got me off the hook. We had to secure some gifts, and of course SBU had all the gifts available, but they're really expensive, so they covered half of our gifts. So I want to thank you for doing that for us. Maybe you guys will give me a break. Just to let you know, I taught at 𝗟𝗓𝗡 for 16 years, and so I'm an old veteran of SBU. So what we wanted to do was call all our leadership that is here, so that they can, these young people, they don't know you yet. So I think it would be wise to call them up as a group. Okay, all of you leaders, it'll be easier to stand and they'll come and gift you. And that's on behalf of our young people here on the Rosebud, our tribal entities that donated to us to do this. So I'm gonna all the leaders stand up. The young people will come and gift you. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I think how we're going to do this is we're going to read the tribal name leader, and if you could wave your hand up and they'll come to you. 𝗟𝗓𝗡, Sioux Valley Dakota Nation. Rodney Ishnella, Sandy Buffalo, Dakota. Bill McKay, Council, Sioux Valley Dakota Nation. Frank Royal, Whitecap, Dakota. Councilman Brandon Eagle, Whitecap, Dakota Nation. Martin Armajo, Northern Arapaho. Samuel Antoine. I'm sorry, that's not correct. 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 Sioux Tribe. Emily Bloyd Valandra. President Frank Stark comes out. Amic Bird's Head, Cheyenne, Southern Cheyenne. Chris Dion, Crow Creek. Tonasha Allaire, Standing Rock, and I apologize if I'm not saying your name correctly. David Ross, Flandreau Sioux Tribe. James Novotny from the National Park Service. And Vice President Littlemouth. Anna Solomon from 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗘 Sioux Tribal Council. These are tribal leaders that we have signed in. Have I missed anyone? If I could get your name, or you could just say it from over there. I can hear.
Marla Lando, Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council.
Thank you, Marla, for attending.
Teresa Small, Northern Cheyenne Tribal Council.
Thank you for attending.
Michael Young, Team Northern Rapid Business Council.
Michael Poon, thank you. Sharina Lonehill, our 5th member from the 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗘 Sioux Tribal Council. Anybody else? Thank you, tribal leaders, for making this event important to all of your people, to ours. And we want to give you a round of applause for attending and thinking about all this historical importance.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a great turnout for all the leadership here. And we encourage you to continue to spread the word, to come to these important meetings as tribal nations are gathering and preparing for the 150th. We're going to move on to the colleges here, and Dr. Ross and her group will be next. I know they have a very important board meeting, so we'll get them on the agenda here. Oh, there you go.
𝗟𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. I'm sees many berry seasons. Lucy Wilbur. I'm representing the real medicine 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗘 Wilbur family. I'm also an educator. I have a grant through National Education Association on racial and social justice. It's a CAPE grant, and I'm here. I want to help you guys feed but welcome you onto our land.
Oh, Ashe, working on it. Yes, and we're very thankful for the Real Bird family for letting us use your land, so we're very honored. So at this, we'll get back to you later on if you're going to be here. But right now, we're going to turn it over to the colleges. Now, Dr. Ross, it's all yours.
I want to thank you guys for inviting us. We've been kind of in a slow moving train. I'm the interim president of 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 University, and I came today. I have Dr. Richard Myers. He's our executive vice president, We have Cheryl Whirlwind Soldier. She is our Vice President of General Administration. And then we have Stevie Whitehat. She is our President of our Student Association. And then back around is Teddy Herman. She is our Media Specialist. And so we came. We're very glad to be invited here. I wanted to just say that and apologize to the elders here. We're doing the best that we can in our transition at SGU. We're currently wrapping up, so this coming Monday will be kind of like our official wrapping up of our HLC review, so then we can fully start participating in the planning and the discussions that need to happen for this event. And so right now we have currently agreed to help in transportation, and I think we're looking for a CDL driver, or the tribe may have CDL drivers, but we're working on those things to help with transportation to Montana. And then we're also investing in participating in those activities for those who stay home and can't go. And so we're working on the communication and some of those things so that the storytelling and those things can continue happening here on Rosebud. And so we're working hard to do these things. After Monday, we should be willing and able to be at meetings and participate in our partnership. That's one of the things that I myself, my grandfather, his name is Harvey Ross. He's an enrolled member of this tribe, and he comes from Oak Creek. And so it's really an honor for me to be here and to be in this position, because everything that I've ever learned about being Lakota has come from him. And so I'm really honored and glad to be here. I also, I'm an enrolled member of the 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘 Sioux Tribe. And so President 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 and I have known each other since probably, he was 6 months because he's older than me. And then I was born. So we've known each other for, I don't want to say years because he might be offended, you know how old he is. But anyways, we've known each other for a very long time. And I'm really proud of him for his role in leadership with the 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘 Sioux Tribe. And so I drive here every day, and so since I've come into the interim position, I've actually started the process of moving to Mission so that I can live amongst my relatives here and then get reacquainted. And I'm always really pleased and honored when I come upon people and they tell me who I am and how I'm related to them. And so yesterday was a pretty good day for me too. Met another relative and stuff, so I'm really proud of that. I do want to take the time to acknowledge some people here. We've had, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 has a very long story, and it's been here. We've been going through this transition with President Lionel Bordeaux's passing, and the struggle, like where does Lakota Studies fit? Where is it supposed to be? And we all know it's supposed to be the grounding of the university. And so we're trying to work to make sure that that happens. I'm an educator for a very long time. K-12 education is where I spent most of my time. And working in K-12 education, being a teacher at the kindergarten level all the way to the high school level, I have heard my students say to me, Maggie, why do we have to learn this? Why can't we be Lakota? Why can't we speak our language? Why do we have to do that? And in the process of being a teacher, trying to advocate for students and culture and language, I've listened to other people tell students, you learn that when you get to college. And so we want to transform that at 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 University, that yeah, you're going to learn it when you're here, but we're also going to make sure that we're looking backwards, and you're going to learn that when you're coming. Instead of saying that that's the last thing you're going to learn is to be a Lakota, you're going to learn that, at the beginning and walk it your whole life. So we don't have to have people tell us that they've walked this Lakota 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 longer than many of us have been born. So we can stand and say, no, we walked it too, we lived it. We didn't have to practice, we lived it. And so I think that's really an important message. And 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 is here We will be here in the future, and we will be here for the 𝗟𝗚𝗚𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and we know that that's who we serve. And so I want to thank those of you, Mr. Eagle Bear, Mr. Hollowhorn Bear. I want to thank you guys for your work that you've done in setting the foundation of 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, because it's something we all mourn. We all are mourning now because everybody's leaving us and we have nothing here. And so it's really taking that time to say we are here. I was thinking about something, everybody's talking about this sovereignty. And how do we be sovereign? Well, our colleges should be doing that. We should be establishing that sovereignty. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 has one of the deepest grounded issues of sovereignty. We have the foundation of where the Supreme Court said, you are sovereign. And that was 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗘. And so here we are. Many people don't know this, but just recently the Supreme Court took up a case that could have overturned 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏, which is the enactment of the Major Crimes Act. And the Supreme Court talked about 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏. And so those are the things that we have to get moving to, so that we're returning into those places and we're standing. And our leadership that's here, all of you that are here, that you look into that. What did they say? Because everyone, when they tell us red and blue are Republican and Democrat, it was two conservative Supreme Court members that made the argument that we were sovereign people. Everybody else cited that other way. So there's a conversation coming and we should be engaging in it, and 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗃 University plans to engage in it. And we plan to engage in it with our community. So I want to thank you guys for inviting us. We're here, we're present, and we'll do whatever needs to be done to make sure that this commemoration is successful, and then also that the Lakota people continue to live into the future. So, 𝗟𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
My friend really.
Wow, that's good to hear. Again, the staff of the college.
And they're going to
Very
tackle
nice
off
stuff.
our Rosebud plant.
Thank you for that presentation. We don't want to hold you up on your meeting, so. And yes, I have known Maggie for a long time. We go all the way back to grade school down at Lone Man. So yeah, so good to see her in the leadership position up there. She'll do great for you guys, and in her role, she's very intelligent, has a lot of ideas to bring to the table. Okay, so well, I guess lunch is going to be set up here shortly, so we'll continue on.
I was like, who's from? So I was like, well, I'm just going to show you. All right, cool. Yeah, when I set my verbal, looked all the way, I set my verbal,
Ernie, maybe you and Eugene can come up and.
I have powder on my hands.
I know we missed, we skipped you yesterday. You guys were en route in the air somewhere. I don't know if it's a jet or a new helicopter. And maybe Ernie could explain a little bit about, they got a helicopter named after their tribe, so that's quite an honor when the military does that. They use tribal nations. So, and I believe there was the next tribe to be selected for that, but I'll turn it over to them and while they can give you a briefing on what's going on while we wait for lunch.
Good morning. I'm pretty warm. Pretty concentrated, man. Very warm. Yeah, I'm burning my muscle. This is on the edge. So, I'll do one on this. That's that. I'll put it down to some more. This down to my nose. This. So, this is look at the much. This was on the head, the man was on the head. My poor woman, my system had there. Come on, I put it down. To go home, Mr. Short, I'm Bighorn, I'm Bighorn, I'm at this. This is how I'm at this. One down, blonde and must. Put this more at this time. What the Chris cut? Was actually a while, Matan, and they are not there. So I hold to the edges. Blonde and must away. Put this in my more at this. The Christo has this. What's that's not sure? Oh, my master. Good morning or good afternoon. It's good morning. My name is Ernest Rumoff. I'm the Vice President of North Sioux Tribe. My other name is Wolf Gus. He's a little cat. We just came from Nashville. President Clark comes out and they named a helicopter after us. One of the newest helicopters is still in process of being built. But I'm fluent in my language. I don't want to lose it. There's only 240 of us left. Cheyenne that are fluent in Cheyenne, so I'm usually looking all the time to say most of the stuff in English. But I'm real proud of what you guys are doing for the Little Bighorn battle. You know, our tribe lives 45 minutes from the Little Bighorn battle. We haven't really done anything. We don't even have an agenda. That's why I've been coming to these meetings to learn what you guys are doing and take it back to my tribe. So I want to thank you guys for always inviting me, and I want to thank the Sioux Nation for inviting me to be on the Great Plains Tribal Chairman Association, and thank you guys. I'm going to have you can say a few words for me. I'm a swap about 200 miles in Nashville, so my legs are a little sore. And riding the other cars, taxis, and every time I get off a bus or a plane, I'm real glad I own a truck. It's got more room in it. I want to introduce my assistant, Eugene Milker. Man, I'm not sure. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah. Man, I just said today. That means morning killer. Russell and Ernest are talking about. We came from Nashville. The U.S. Army named a new helicopter after the Cheyenne people. But they also had previously named another aircraft after the Lakotas. We saw it. It's a heck of a powerful thing. But what they're doing is, they're honoring us, but they're also drawing from our warrior spirit. So that was pretty cool to be a part of. Ernest, the Vice President, asked me to say a few words, but before I do, let me say that we do feel honored to be here on the beautiful Rosebud Sioux Reservation. It's a very nice drive. See the rolling hills and creeks, the open prairie. It's very nice, inspiring. I want to say, personally, I'm a little homesick being down in Tennessee for a bit, but as soon as I got here near your lands, my heart started feeling again. I felt like I was by family, our relatives. So, thank you. To business, let me begin that part of the conversation that the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 have been there for us through the decades, and we hope the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, that's what we call ourselves collectively, the Cheyenne people, can be there for you during this event. So if we can help, please let us know. For instance, we know from the last meeting, we need teepee poles, especially for a large council lodge. The Vice President is committed to doing that for us. We just need to know sizes, all those things. He hasn't set the date for that yet, but what we'll do is Ernest will plan a big teepee pole harvesting trip up to the Bighorn Mountains, and we'll get the permits, we'll do the work, and we're happy to contribute. There was a request for you guys for us to help you schedule a visit to the Deer Medicine Rocks. And for those that don't know, that's a historic site now on the U.S. Registry of Historic Places, near where Sitting Bull held his Sundance, his prophetic Sundance, right before the battle. That is actually on private land. The ranchers are called Baileys. They're friends to the people, and I'm sure they will accommodate you. So if you know when your groups are coming, we'd be happy to facilitate scheduling your visits. Just let us know. I'll provide you my email. I'll say it really quick. I'm sorry I don't have access to that. It's coyote at CheyenneNation.com, all lowercase. So if you need anything from the Vice President's Office, Northern Cheyenne Tribe, please contact us through my email. Again, coyote at CheyenneNation.com. We can also help with at least law enforcement through the Northern Cheyenne Reservation. As your groups come through, whether you're riding or just traveling, a lot of our people will host. There's a number of families that will host you if you need a free place to camp as well as you travel to and from. Like the spotted elks, who are part of Lakota, Kills Nights, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Some of you will be familiar with those names. Also, with some of your groups, if you're coming through, our tribal health department can provide those portable roadside marquee signs. They're about this large. You can have like alternating messages for you if you need them. Happy to help. If you have any law enforcement issues or concerns or needs, please contact, again, the Vice President's Office. Be happy to make those connections for you. You know the hospital right there at Crow Agency, just half a mile from, not even half a mile in fact, well, yeah, maybe half a mile from the battlefield, is actually called the Crow Northern Cheyenne Hospital. So they get the funds to operate that, to build it in the first place was a combination of us historical enemies, but now friendly rivals. But we can help with that too if there's a safety plan or anything, any healthcare needs. What else? So that's kind of what's in progress. Some may not, or a lot of you probably do know that the town of Reindeer isn't actually named after a Cheyenne. It was named after reindeer or antelope. It was 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘, right? And just on the edge, the south edge of Reindeer is where the battle took place. So if you come through, we'd be happy to host you. If you have, I've given presentations at that time. We have a small city park there that can host groups. Some of the most powerful words I've ever heard quoted come from Reindeer's son. And I won't do a spoiler, but you should research it. And please visit. Oh, the park is called 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗘 Park, but people call it the People's Park. There's also another historic site right alongside the highway called the Head Chief and Young Mule incident. It was the last fighting suicide warriors. Although suicide is a misnomer, they didn't throw their lives away. They vowed to die fighting. So, if you have any requests, again, please contact us. I would request of you to provide me any flyers, posters, or notices you'd like me to take around. So Billings is the largest city in Montana, and we frequent there. Also, speaking of Billings, we do have the 150th Little Big Word Battle Anniversary Film Festival. So you can look that up online as well. We can also post things around Sheridan, and of course, tribal communities and border towns, if you have any notices. Any questions for Vice President Luna? Oh yeah, okay, so the last meeting they're talking about, I don't know if any other tribal community, well actually Fort Peck does, we have a roundabout right through US Highway 212 and Cheyenne Avenue. Yeah, so we're trying to be Europeanized. Yeah, so I said, but that was Ernest's fault. He wanted the sacred hoop to connect. It's funny, it is the four directions too. But we'll stop traffic as you go through, so there's no problem with that. So, like when we oh yeah, where's the, are there any more posters of the motorcycle ride? I'd like to post, I definitely would like to post those. Just as a coincidence, it's like the same color as our t-shirt here. A friend, Kenny Smoker from the Fort Peck tribe made these. So, if you'd like to, I'll take pre-orders, cash only, non-refundable.
$20 if you want this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did say, his son makes them, but he did say you could put your tribe on the bottom of this. So he said, how about yours? He goes, do you want Northern Cheyenne, Southern Cheyenne? I said, no, just Cheyenne. So he did put just Cheyenne. All right, well, oh, we have a question. Yes, sir.
Can someone give him a mic over there? There should be one on that table.
Hi, I'm Dr. Alpert. 𝗟𝗜𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, 𝗟𝗜𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, Washing to Jake. My question is, a while back at another meeting, I heard of a water problem up there. Is there going to be an issue with water? Or, I know the rivers run through there. I'm speaking for the horses that I'm going to be taking up there. That's why I need someplace for my riders to know about, to where to go, so we won't get clogged in all in one area. I know we're probably going to all ride together. We're going to have to develop some type of a plan to get into these creeks, to the water area, the water troughs, or whatever else we're going to have get going up there. That's it.
Well, as you travel through the Northern Cheyenne Reservation, you'll be following the Rosebud Creek, and you'll be staying at different families' places, so that shouldn't be a problem. But on site, we might call on, is that Reelbird still here? Oh, she went to the restroom.
Jake, to answer your question, I don't know if that was pertaining to Northern Cheyenne Reservation or at the site across the Little Bighorn River. If it's the Little Bighorn River, I believe we were told there was multiple watering holes for horses there at where the 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 camp is going to be. But I'm not sure if the events that are happening are beginning at Northern Cheyenne. I think it's
We should probably have a meeting solely on, solely on the horse rides. Because there are multiple groups coming. Henry Reelbird and Jim Reelbird and Curtis Reelbird, they're all horse people. And they said on their land it's not going to be a problem. But if you're staging horses on the northeast side, where they always do the charge, I can't speak to that. But would you like to come up and, or, yeah, you can.
Is it on? Okay. If you can see on the map, the little like dotted areas, there's like the monument and the Reno Venti. Those little areas are what the government owns. So the rest is what we own. So we have access to the whole, all this area. And so, do you see where it says Medicine Tail Coulee? So where it goes into that Little Bighorn River, all right there, that's our land. And so you'll have access to water. We own bucking horses, so we have an arena, bucking chutes, but that water, that's where all our access is. So that all that, the government only owns the little pieces, but we own the rest. So, and we come from Medicine Tail. Medicine Tail's daughter was 𝗟𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, Florence Medicine Tail married Mark Reelbird, who was comes from Chief Medicine Crow. And so they married and had 9 children. And so I come from Jim Reelbird, and Henry Reelbird's my father. And so it's Charlie Reelbird's land, Jim Reelbird's land, Margot Reelbird's land. So we're all come from the same family, and we all own that whole area. So I think you guys went in the winter, right? Yeah. So all that we own, and the government only owns those little 2 areas. And so we'll have access. I have a grant, and I want to buy a buffalo or a cow. We can slaughter right there at the river, put it in the earth and feed it, to the people. And so that's where we butcher. Our kids swim there. Our horses. That's where they. We own other land like in Soap Creek and Yellow Lagans Creek, but we own this area also. And my other uncle, his name is 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗡𝗡. He also has an arena. Charlie Railbird has an arena. We even have an indoor arena, a small one with bucking chutes. And so we have lots of accesses, and if we need more panels, we can work with the tribe to try to help them, if you need panels or if we're going to rope them off, however we're going to do it, So. Is it on? Okay, so let's see, where's the... Okay, yeah. So, the reenactment will be right here and then just on the left of it, but that's the original camping sites too. So that's where we'll have access to, the original camping sites. And we have sweats if we want to build Lakota sweats, and we can get firewood, get volunteers. Yeah, wherever you want to. All this area we have, we own this land, all of this, And then we can ride horses to like the, what is that? Eagle's Nest, or,
Inipis. We're going to put up some inipis and a right along the river. And we're going to put up a big council lodge here. And then we're going to camp around, and then we're going to, all our equipment that we take, we park it back here. Yeah. Yeah.
And then over this is where we'll have an arena here on this side.
Oh, yeah.
And then Curtis has grounds also. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh. Yeah, it's a big area. You can park horse trailers, big open field.
Yes.
And then it goes further down, like that whole area we can use. Yeah. Yep. So you got, only by the reenactment grounds they have plugins, but for like the mic and stuff. So, okay, all right, good.
Oh, thank you for that. That's the Rosebud family. And I believe we have up to like around 40 acres to, if we need extra room, that's how much is available for the tribes. So at this time, we're gonna, before the food starts to get cold here, we're gonna have our relatives to the north of here in Canada to say a prayer. I know they're departing today. And it'd be an honor if we can have them give us a little prayer and lead in a good way. I'll turn it over to Mr. King.
It's an honor to be asked to make a prayer for the food
sit in front of us here. So I'm going to be making my prayer in my own Dakota language, the way I was taught by my elders. The whole Tabasha Adel Contaka, Petukide, Wukritia, Kukiki, Ahinka, Majiki Mushika Era, and Oyatiki Ushitaki, the Kotikiapa. Woite de me, Ahipe, and I do Ashka, but the Wankapta. Kana Tataki, Oyatiki, Yushki Yoki, Yamanita. Eteke Hotitia, Petukide, Honamaka, Ushimaki, the Kote. Wakuto 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 Pushimakira, de Petukide, de Yaki Purustamta Hanushi Chaki, the Kotichaka. The whole Piramaka, Mitake was.
Oh, open up. Okay, elders first. If you want to get in line, we'll do the meal. Let's cover the agenda for this section. Again, we'd like to thank all the tribes that showed up. We always have a good turnout, good words, good input when we come together like this. Okay. How about okay, so at this time we're going to switch it up here a little bit. We have some of the youth here that want to do a presentation or speak. I'll turn it over to them.
My name is Christopher 𝗟𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and at this time, one of the big key factors that we were talking about yesterday was this component of the youth. And so at this time, my 𝗟𝗔𝗚𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚 Youth Council members are here. Some of them are here, and so I'd like for them to come up and introduce themselves. And I'd like for each and every one of you just to take time and listen to what they have to say, whatever it is that they have in their hearts and their minds.
𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗥𝗩𝗘 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗡 I am 18 years old and I go to school to St. Francis Indian School, and my future goal after high school is to get into a good education that will help our people, and not only help our people but help our future generations. Thank you.
I'm from St. Francis. My name is James. I'm 18. What I want to do after similar to Raj, I just want to get a good education and be able to come back here and just help my people.
𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗥𝗩𝗘, my name is Alexander 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡. I go to St. Francis Indian School, and this is my first meeting here. Sorry, I don't know what to say, but
hello, my name is 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗡. I'm 18 years old, and I graduated in 2024 at TC. And I just want to say thank you for all the leaders and everyone that came here. It's been such a great opportunity to try to network with you guys, and hopefully get to the goal of networking with other youth groups of the 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗥𝗩𝗘, and having that community and being able to see ourselves represented not only as indigenous people but also as youth. But thank you.
Okay. Another thing that I would like to talk about, and something important, is our youth. In these spaces today, a lot of bills and rights are made in these spaces about our futures and how they're shaped, but not a lot of young people are included in these conversations. And I just want to say is that I think as a member of the 𝗟𝗡𝗥𝗩𝗘 Youth Council, there should be more youth councils like this from other tribes. You see all these leaders coming from other tribes, and we're very thankful for you guys showing up. But it would be a really big thing if I seen another youth council from their tribe, other tribes. Because we talk about wanting to help the future of our reservations and our people, but I think it should be starting with the young people too. We need to get more young people onto this, because how can they know when they are not included in these? And I just want to say that while we are doing this and going to battle with Bighorn, just keep in mind about our youth. If it wasn't for this 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Youth Council, I wouldn't be able to be standing here giving speeches. Recently, I was not able, but I was selected to go to South Dakota State for speech and debate. And if it wasn't for the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Youth Council, I would never. Being in this 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Youth Council has helped me, not only helped me, but helped so many others in ways that I couldn't imagine. But it was for this 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Youth Council. And if we just get more 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 youth, not 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Youth Council, my fault, but more youth councils into these kind of spaces, it would help more, and I'll see more benefits. And we will see more benefits. Thank you.
I'm gonna just feedback off what Rob said. Like, we have all these meetings, we're talking about very important things like this. Very important to just have these youth councils, have the youth involved in these decisions, or just to know about all this. Because some kids that are not in these youth councils are just not close with any council members or anything like that. They don't know what's going on. They want to be included in this, they want to have the opportunity to take part in things like this, but they just aren't knowledge. They aren't educated on what's going on around in Indian country and just anything like this. So I just highly encourage you just getting the youth more involved, asking for their opinions. And I thank you all for just coming here and just giving us the time and just orchestrating something like this. And very thankful. Yeah, it would be pretty cool to see like these other youth councils from all these other nations getting involved, and just us as youth being able to talk to them and just talk about our future, talk about the future of our people and the 7 generations. And just, thank you guys.
I want to thank you. I'm really impressed with my 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Youth Council kids. Words don't even describe the amount of success that they're going to have going forward in the future, regardless if they were part of this council or not. But the platform that the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Youth Council has is the platform that all our youth should have all across the Indian country. And so to all my tribal leaders out there, when you go home, I encourage you to start the process of getting your youth involved within your own tribal entities, whether it's called a youth council or a youth group. Those are crucial and vital for the next generation's growth. I'm really proud. I'm really proud of each one. We're still accepting. We're accepting new kids too. Our mentees are going to become mentors soon, so they need new kids to mentor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, student council here. I'd just like to make a comment on these young minds here. It takes a lot of courage to get up here and speak in front of a crowd, and our elders here. And it's a good way to do those things is by experience. So I commend you on your bravery to get up here and speak in front of crowds. You keep it up, and then one day you'll be standing here representing your tribes. So it's good practice, and I encourage you to keep at it. So, you know, at one time, you know, I never thought I was your age, never even thought I'd be in this role. But, you know, sky's the limit, and I encourage you to keep pushing with your goals. And it's very encouraging and motivating to see our youth to step up like that. So I just want to say thank you. So we're going to move on to our agenda here. Basically, does anybody have any last questions here? We don't want to drag this out too long. I know we're going to wrap it up here. I know we all have, some of us have long ways to travel home. But as far as logistics and things like that, I think we have a pretty good grip on what we need to do. I know we jump from tribe to tribe, different areas. We just came from Billings, and, you know, a lot of questions were asked. But, you know, we also try to do this online. We try to record all these conversations, and we're thankful for the people online that give us good comments and things like that, who follow us throughout these meetings. And I encourage you to keep following us as time goes on, because all this knowledge is coming together. All these tribes are uniting, all the leadership, all the tribal members. It's really good to be part of this and to experience it and meet them. I never thought in my lifetime I'd meet so many tribal members and tribal leaders. And it's, for me, it's one hell of an experience, and it's been one heck of a ride so far. But again, you know, that's at one time I was that one shy little kid there. Probably couldn't say 2 words in front of a crowd. But it's an honor to represent our nations in those leadership roles. You know, and it gives me my opportunity to speak for my people in a good way and a strong way. So just wanted to mention that to our youth over there. Keep aiming for the stars. So let's talk about our next planning committee meeting. I believe the Northern Arapaho is I guess the next location. Can you come up? I'll have him come up and introduce himself. Maybe you can give us a little idea of what this casino or the meeting place or general location, so we can start planning.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Martin Armejo. I'm the Chief of Operations for the Northern Arapaho Tribe. And this is my second planning meeting. I was at Billings is my first. And from that meeting, I went back to my reservation and kind of got with some of our local programs, and we started planning, doing our own planning. So we set up one day, kind of Wednesday at 1, we'll all come together at 1 and we'll continue our planning. We're still in the early stages of our planning. We're in that right now. We've been doing a lot of planning, fundraising type of stuff right now is where we're at. So we've set up committees for that. We'll be utilizing one of our veterans groups for security. And so we also have our own Buffalo initiative, which they've donated two buffalo for the feed, and we have we'll be transporting that up in one of our refrigerated vans. So it's going to go along the lines with Northern Cheyenne. We also are planning a TV bowl harvest in May at one of our local Forest Service is there, so we'll also be doing that also. And for the next planning meeting, we'll be, like what was said, we'll be hosting the next one at our casino, which will be the Wonderful Casino, just outside of Riverton, Wyoming. And so we welcome all of you to come together and continue on what we're doing. June 21st, 1867. Hey, man, we all came together and we saw what was possible. We did the impossible, you know. And so I just say we just keep feeding off of this and just see what is possible. Keep coming together like this. See how powerful we are together. It's difficult.
I would like to say thank you. I don't know if you were present at that time, but our group was going to Yellowstone. And I was coming from Arizona, so I wasn't with my group, but some of the members in the group had really good comments for your tribe, because they stopped in Riverton, I think, and they were welcomed by your tribe, and they served supper to them. And then they put them up in this gym on a whole bunch of cots. Everyone had cots and they were all comfortable. And a drum came and they sang. And next morning, they had breakfast and prayers, and our group went ahead and went into Yellowstone. And I came from Arizona and I met with them at Yellowstone. But I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know your tribe and the Lakotas were allies, really strong back then. So thank you again.
I thank you for those words. And like I said, May 7th and 8th, the dates that we set. We have a hotel, casino, and we'll be getting with our CEO. We'll be setting block rooms out for everybody and get an agenda going. And we welcome you all come and come back together on that day for 2 days. So, any more questions? Yes, sir.
Hello? So, my name is 𝗟𝗜𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 from Rosebud. And appreciate everybody showing up here today. I just had a question on like things that what's gonna happen like with I was wondering about like the plans on celebrating the Battle of Little Bighorn. Are we gonna any tribes doing anything like the 4th of July fireworks display? Are we gonna move that to June 25th? Is there anything like maybe a display at the Crazy Horse Memorial or something on that day or something like that?
I think Native Days does a fireworks show, you know, so I mean they'll have that there too.
I didn't quite catch what you're trying to say.
Oh, because remember they're having the fireworks display on July 4th at the
Mount Rushmore?
at Mount Rushmore. So, like, in response to something like that, are we going to have one like a Crazy Horse Memorial? You know, because remember, they still have to know we're still celebrating, you know?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea about Crazy Horse Memorial. But I do know that some tribes are going to take a position on Mount Rushmore fireworks. And keep in mind on June 25th, while we're celebrating up there, we'll have to come back and listen to all the 4th of July 250th celebration the Washishu is going to put on. I'm not sure if that would you're expecting fireworks.
Well, not necessarily fireworks, but something displaying, you know, like we're a nation, you know, like this nation is gonna do a display in our territory. That what are we gonna do in response to something like that? You know, is this the idea of, you know, we're still celebrating too, you know, we're still here, you know, like getting our presence on that stage, you know.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think anything's planned. Not that I know of. Go ahead, sir.
To acknowledge the creator of us all, first and foremost. I am first to run towards the sun. My spiritual Lakota given name. My English name is Little Thunder Singer. And first, I want to commend the young people that are leading this charge. If not for them, I would have never participated in stuff like this. Because growing up in a Catholic boarding school for 6 years, I wanted to honor the ones that they brought back from Colorado boarding school. And I rode in that motorcycle run when they brought them back from Colorado. I rode as far as the Missouri River. That's about 200 miles from here. And that got me to thinking I should buy myself a bigger motorcycle so I can travel further, and that's where I'm at these days. But you mentioned Riverton, Wyoming, and I'm also an employee of Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Tribal Historic Preservation Office. One of my bosses sitting back there, so I better watch what I say here. And I'm also sit on the Treaty Council also. And I was a single father at one time. I raised 6 of my children as a single father. One of them made his journey. But the reason Riverton, Wyoming came to mind was I have relatives up there. I stopped in at a Sundance up there, and the Little Thunder relative lady invited me to go up there, so I went up there. And I was stationed in someplace in Wyoming for my job. But on the weekend I drove up there, and so, the battlefield stuff, you know, I've been part of the reenactment that the tribal members put on over there. And I'm a traditional dancer, so I was talking to the Rosebud family here that, you know, I participated in that reenactment. So I played the part of a sitting bull, having a vision. And I talked about this the other day. I was supposed to lay down and act like I was having a vision. So I was laying there, and these young horseback riders were riding around, and some of them were joking around, and they kept saying, "Hey man, I can see under your beach cloth." And I said, "Shh, I'm supposed to have a vision here." But, you know, they were humorous about it, so those are all fun. But I wanted to acknowledge the young people that are leading the charge over here. And as a motorcycle rider, I hope to participate in that. And I ride with the Legion Riders, the veterans of Rosebud. And two buddies here, they're not here today, Chicago drifters. They're all our drifters. I rode with them before, as far as, funeral escorts or, some sort of good rides that they do. Diabetes prevention run and stuff like that. But I've never rode out that far, so this is going to be a first experience for me. But again, I want to thank everybody, and especially the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for hosting this, and maybe in the future more meetings. I volunteered to be on the executive committee and the cultural committee for this endeavor, so that's why I'm sitting here and participating, even though I don't talk much sometimes. I just want to take in a lot of information about what's going to happen up there, 3-day event, and camping out, kind of like where Rosebud Fair originated from. Somebody asked me, are you part of the battle up there and your ancestors? I said, no. My ancestors are from September 3rd, 1855, Blue Water Creek Massacre. 80 of our people got massacred, almost got wiped out. I'm still here. That's why I wanted to mention that. We brought some of our stuff back from Smithsonian. 87 items, that's secret objects we brought home. So we're having meetings on those, and we know what we're going to do with it. But that's where I'm from, Blue Water Creek Massacre, 1955. And there was a little thunder that was hung in Mankato also. And my 4 children, their mother is a Cottonwood. And she was from the Wounded Knee Massacre area. So I'm part of massacre things that have happened, bad things. But I'm still standing here and I represent Little Thunder, not all the Little Thunder families, but the ones that want to participate. So again, I want to thank the committee here and everybody for that. Again, my name is Little Thunder. You can find me on Facebook if you want. Thank you.
All right. So I hear they have a brand new casino there, huh? Yeah? Well, the quotas will be down to break it in. Just kidding. Go ahead, Dave.
Just had a question for our relatives over there from Wind River. This will fall under the strategizing on a 1:45 strategizing next steps. It's all good here, everything, all the words, all the comments, all the history. As for our 4 relatives, I have to ask if there's a possibility to invite the riders, the horse owners, make it possible for them to make it to Wind River. And if there's a possibility, if there's a trail from where you live up to Greasy Grass, a road or something, anything's possible on this. On a treaty ride, there was no strategy, no nothing. Word just got out there. We started with our horses, and by the time we got there, history will prove itself. If you look on your gadgets and look it up, how much people rode in down there and what we done down there. That's from experience. That's what I'm asking about, is there a possibility to bring together the horse riders and the owners? Get them all in one room or in one area so that they can speak and let you know where they'll be coming from, where they'll be at, what colors they're going to be wearing, what their staff is. Everything that's going to happen up there is going to happen for our four-legged relative that helped us. If it wasn't for our relatives with us on their backs, I'll let you draw your own conclusions, but I would just like the opportunity for those of the riders that, there's probably some in here, horse owners, that probably thinking along those same lines. Some will probably just take trailer up to the campsite now that we know that there's land up there, get the horses up there and camp out. Others would like the challenge to ride up there. And we gotta, like it says here on the paper, strategize. So that's about all I have. Thank you. Oh.
Yes, you bring a good point there, Jake, and thank you for that. Now that we have, I know that we have 5 coordinators that showed up to this meeting. Those coordinators should be communicating those messages to their respective tribes and start forming those, getting those people to talk. Those coordinators need to coordinate together and figure out who's coming to the table, things like that, because this is one big event. It's going to take a lot of coordination and communication. So that's why we're constantly having these meetings and we're constantly updating you. A lot of this stuff we're just repeating, but we're in different locations, so we have to catch you up on what is being said and done out there in coordinating this huge event. So it does take a lot of patience and things like that. But again, you know, that's why we're here. That's why we're trying to coordinate this at all levels. There were talks a lot about these horse groups and their routes. So that is going to be a huge discussion on how we're going to come together on that day. Are we all going to meet in one place, ride in, or are we going to meet up at one place, right from our respective areas, and then ride in at a certain, gather at a certain area and then ride in? We have to talk all those things out. Because a lot of people have different ideas, and that's where the coordinators are going to come in and try to narrow that down before the actual day of the charge. So we're going to continue to speak about it and continue to keep planning and coordinating as time goes on. We have a lot of things that we have to put together, cook shacks, how much these tribes can provide buffalo. That was some of the talks in the past. We need to, Northern Cheyenne's going to provide some of their resources, and other tribes will bring their own, as far as like porta potties, water bowls, portable showers, things like that. The coordinators need to start coordinating and thinking about those things. What kind of assets do you have? We should be, are we going to tend to our individual tribes, our camps, or are we going to come together and provide services for the whole campsite. So those discussions need to happen. And a lot of things that are going to fall into play.
This question is for, again, my name is 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘. I'm an employee of Rosebud Sioux Tribe, People and Treaty Council. But this question is for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe that a friend of mine asked, but he left. Our program directors, can they get excused to go out to this event? Program employees too.
I can answer that question. Yeah, we are going to work on a memorandum that will give allowance to all our tribal program directors and their employees who wish to participate for safety, education, cultural, and language. So yes, there will be a memo coming forth on that.
Thank you.
All right, good question. Participation, yes, that should be priority. Go ahead, you had a question over here?
Well, I got an email from that park, and they said that this year they're expecting 150,000 people at the park. So we always have a hard time parking anyway. So I'm just wondering if there's going to be any kind of special arrangements to maybe everybody park somewhere else and like shuttles can run us up there?
Yes, we talked about that throughout the planning meetings. We did have parking, shuttles, tribes utilizing the transportation programs to bus people in and out from the campgrounds to the where all the I guess the federal partners are having their ceremony at the visitor center. So there's talks about coordinating, transporting people back and forth from campsites to actually the visitor site, and I believe parking too. Now that we have a secured location, there'll be available parking there in that area. We do have some of the real bird family here. We were at ground zero, or so to speak, looking at, we went out ourselves at our last meeting. That's why we had it in Billings, so we could go scout out the area and get a feel for what the land's going to be like come June 25th. So there's a lot of land, open land out there for parking, and it's going to be a heavily congested area, meaning it's going to be packed because you got the coronated days going on. You're going to have the little Bighorn days in Hardin going up. You're going to have the real bird reenactment going on. And then we're going to have the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 tribe and the allies doing our event down in this area. So there's going to be a lot going on that day. And if you, again, I'm going to stress this again, this is an alcohol and drug-free event. So please, if you plan on attending, it's going to be an event where it's going to be clean, a fun-filled event for not only our youth, but all adults. So hopefully we'll have all those measures covered as far as our law enforcement, our security, things like that. Our emergency services, we talked about a command center to coordinate with that. Also, we did talk with the Northern Cheyenne because some of the events are going to start over there where we can communicate with them. Also setting up maybe a lost and found in case a little one gets lost, or maybe a grandma or grandpa gets lost. There's going to be a lot of people. So we hope to coordinate things like that in the near future. So a lot of things are being looked at as we move along. And the one thing we cannot predict is the exact amount of people showing up, but we do know it's going to be a large amount of people. You got a question? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, then we had one more. Maybe you probably discussed it, but we missed it. Do you know where and when the next planning meeting will be?
Yes, we just mentioned that, and that's going to be in Wind River. It's by the Arapahoe, Wind River Casino Hotel in Riverton, Wyoming.
When?
May 7th and 8th, tentatively, so it might be subject to change. But that's the general time frame. First part of May. Again, that will be in Riverton, Wyoming. And that'll be our relatives from the Arapahoe. So we're very honored to have them hosting us, and we're looking forward to coming down. And this is great, you know, tribes coming together, helping each other out. You know, we did I know a couple of years ago, the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association, we did a ceremony, and we reaffirmed our alliance with our allied tribes, and that was great. It was a great ceremony. And today we had some of our relatives from the north in Canada come down, and we honored them. So it's great to see us coming together like that, you know. So hopefully that we maintain that unity and stay in touch, and it's great to see. So especially in this day and age when we need it the most. So. And someone had a question over here. Okay.
I was wondering if we could use Battle of the Greasy Grass and say it in our languages, in Cheyenne and Sioux and Arapahoe, because that's what we called it, you know, Battle of the Greasy Grass.
Well, you know, there were names thrown around out there on what to call this event, you know, because we actually don't have any names for it. This event, that's still on the table because we did put it out there. What are we going to call this? But to this day, we have no suggestions other than yours. But we can write that one down. Any other questions? So if you have ideas for a name, please let us know so we can write it down, and then we will discuss it on which name to go with. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Hi. My name is Daniela Key. I work with Buffalo Spire. We are independent and nonprofit news, but we are also covering communications for the planning committees. And I just wanted to let everybody know before you go that if you would like to leave your information with me, please see me before I leave. I think I've met with most of the leaders and most of the organizers. I have some of the horse rider leaders here as well. So please leave your information with me, because we want to keep you in touch with one another as well. So I'll probably head over to some people, but if you do want to leave your information, please see me at my table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, we have a question over here, then over here.
It's not so much of a question, but a request from Ernest Littlemouth, requesting flags from all the tribes to hang at the roundabout. And if you could do so, please mail to Ernest Littlemouth, Post Office Box 128, Ladingdale, Montana, 59043.
Okay, thank you for that update. Yes, they're requesting tribal flags at this event. Also, even at the campsite over here, to recognize your tribe, please bring your tribal flags and post them to identify your campsite, your prospective tribes' campsite. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, just a suggestion. I think it was my cousin who mentioned what did you say? 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 𝗟𝗓𝗙𝗑𝗟𝗔𝗚 is what she called it. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 And I have also heard 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 where they wiped out custard, you know. So those are just suggestions about some maize.
Yeah, well,
thank you.
Go ahead.
Mucho por standing right down. Not about mucho. It up to nothing here. I tell you, I'm extremely tired. Gosh, a lot of time. I must go. Because he's slow. We tell you what. Well, if you have no work, we could look at my elbow. Het Hanka Chikala, He's slow. Look at my chazet. Look at the room. That's it. The Nachum. Look at the Chikaka. Het Zulbin. Het Hanka Chikala, He's slow. Have no work.
Okay.
It was it.
That's good. If we could write those down, Cordelia was also taking, I don't think she could write that fast or translate that in writing. So if you could write that down and give it to Cordelia, she could take those names. Okay, so that's going to wrap it up here for this session. And I want to thank everybody for coming out. Thank you for your patience. You know, we try to keep this as informal as possible. So because we have a lot of questions, we have a lot of comments, and we try to accommodate everybody's ideas and suggestions. So keep bringing those ideas and questions to help make this a better event as we go along. There's a lot of ideas out there, a lot of great ideas, and it's growing. It is growing. As you can see, we have a lot of tribes that are coming to the table. A lot of horse groups, one thing that, again, that was mentioned earlier is, you know, on our spiritual side, and it is really tough to get spiritual leaders to the table. It's always tough to do that. And I know there's protocol and things like that. that we need to follow. So for those coordinators, and if you're representing your tribe, then your spiritual leaders have suggestions that how this should be. So the ceremony, some of the ceremonies that should be performed while we do this, please reach out to someone and give us those suggestions so we can implement them as we go along. You know, I know the fire is a big deal. It's protocol when we gather in huge events, things like this. So that's why we want to incorporate our emergency service, so we have our fire department there on site. Those kind of things, they all have to come together to make this a safe, clean event. So with that, drum group, before we ask the drum group to give us an exit song, I would like to turn the mic back over to our host, President Wood and Knife, for some final words.
I just want to thank everyone that has come to participate and to be a part of this. I know that the word unity is been here for the past few days, but it's never going to stop, because that's the only way we're going to stand together to have that strength together. I want to thank all those tribal leaders that traveled the distance to come to 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘 country. It's really an honor to have you here and to participate and be a part of this. I want to thank the casino for the service that they've provided to us the past 2 days. Recently, as the question came up about whether or not programs can participate, I want to thank all the programs that did come out to the last planning meeting held here at the casino to have all of our programs participate. That is building teams. That is building that unity amongst our own tribe to share with other tribes. So for all those that participate and became a part of this, it has grown greatly. And the only way that things can succeed is if we come together as one to do that, to not try to be the only one in charge doing something, but we all do it together. We all bring our ideas together. So I want to just wish everyone a safe trip home. For our community members, our tribal members that came to participate, to find out exactly what it is we're doing. We did have this advertised on our local radio station, on the tribal Facebook page, on the website, which gave everyone an opportunity to come and to give us your ideas and your thoughts so that you could be a part of this and you could learn what we're trying to do for the best interest of all of us that are going to be a part of the 150th, or whatever name we decide to give it. But I just wanted to thank everyone for coming, sharing your ideas, sharing your words of encouragement, and to those traveling distance, have a safe journey home. We've come from a lot of different directions, and I just wanted to thank you before Frank cuts me off again. But thank you very much. Welcome.
All right, if we could have the tribal leaders, representations come up and join us to exit. We'll end this session.
You guys forgot about my hour and a half introduction.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay.
Just real quick, I forgot something that to me was important as well. I want to thank both Frank's staff and my staff for all of their input to every one of these meetings that we have to make them successful. I almost forgot some key people that are very important in helping this to be built to the way it is now. Thank you, staff, on both sides.
Okay, we'll see you next trip down in Riverton, Wyoming. Hoka.